is your faithful Amanda Splatts. Desert Eagle of Flavor, storyteller of Aubrey. A little fucked up right now, not gonna lie, little Just going over my notes here, I had a little brain blast. Hello, AJ. Good morning. A little brain blast for a couple of characters. I think I know what I'm gonna do with the next arc of the story. Pardon me. We're gonna be fumble fucking around a little bit today. It's just kind of a filler, not filler. I don't want to have filler episodes, but kind of take a little breather because the whole Rattlers arc, which was meant to get the Rattlers out of the story and resolve that storyline before the next big one, got kind of heavy. I honestly did not expect the chapter to get that heavy. Like really, Amanda getting in really dark places. So things actually went surprisingly well for her at the main cast. So I was just writing a brief, kind of a little bit of a recap chapter of the Rattlers arc, and just a couple cool ideas. Maybe I want to set up a couple of the characters who are going to be appearing in season 3. I don't know if this is too many characters to keep track of in the story, but some appear, some disappear, some just have small roles. But we briefly met one of them. I'll pull up a picture. I got a couple new pictures too. You're gonna have to bear with me a little bit. I would, due to the way that OBS kept cutting out during the wrap-up show on Saturday, I had to re-download and redo OBS and all my drivers, just to be safe. And now it looks a little weird. But yeah, among other things, we got the answer to what is 555, who is 555 rather, and gotta go back to the June pictures. Maybe I should sort my AI pictures by something other than what month I create them. Because sometimes I'll create shit like months in advance. Yeah. There we go. Turns out this was 555. The mysterious phone number that called Amanda to warn her that the Rattlers were coming. And then after the shootout or the duel with Justice, turns out like she just spoofed the number because she values her privacy and she's actually just a fan. I'll tell you, I had a different idea of who 555 was going to be, but I decided not to follow through with it because it was gonna kind of taint some long-term storytelling I wanted to do with later chapters. I'll tell you right now, I have plotted out. Obviously, this can change. Like, I plan shit out pretty heavily, but if the story's going in a different direction, I'll let it. But as of right now, I have the chapters planned out for the next year until my 3-year anniversary. And I think I can finish telling the story of Mahavri in 3 years. Now, I've said before, even if the Mahavri project ends, and the Amanda Splatts project ends, I, as the author, still want to keep streaming as long as my body's gonna let me. As long as I fucking can. It just may be in a different form. Or I may just continue to be Amanda for the stream stuff, and then write the story of a different person. And I thought it was stupid for thinking that. I did, but then so what I've been watching recently, because I'm a huge fan of Red Dragon Inn, obviously. And they did a collab with the team from Adventure is Nigh, the second Win D&D campaign. I've been watching that recently. Like last night, I just finished off season 1, The Jade Homunculus. Oh god, that is adorable and goofy and insane and absurd, and I love it. I friggin' love it. Um, but they said that there was a limit. Like, even though if they want to do more episodes, there is a limited set of the characters, like a limited amount of seasons they can do exploring a certain set of characters. And I also tried to and you heard of the last chapter I wrote on my 2-year anniversary. I'm trying to explore Amanda more as a protagonist, like having her. She's been sitting back and not doing a lot other than being like the damsel in distress for a vast majority of the story, and I think it's time we started kicking that. It's time we started moving things into high gear. So we're gonna let Amanda have a little rest, chill out a little bit before the next big arc. Introduce a couple characters, and like I said, I got the real bad fucking brain fog today. Like, I don't even know why I'm wearing my headset. I can't hear the BGM. So we'll just let them get. If it ends up being too fucked up and I can't concentrate, I can't get into it, we will move this to next week. But it's just, I didn't sleep too well last night, I'll admit. Like, I was up watching Adventures 9, and sometimes the brain worms take the most inopportune opportunities to fucking jump down your skull. But here, let me pull up another good picture to set the scene. Had a couple really good AI gems. They got a new image pack. But no, this will be in the 13. I've been pouring a lot of time into the next show, quote unquote. The next World Extreme Battle Pro show. Might be surprised by a couple other things that happen. I actually like this picture better than the one I put on the thumbnail. But the one on the thumbnail has the vertical orientation, which is what I usually use for the thumbnail. So just post this here. I don't have much of a place to post my shit anymore. I don't. It kind of sucks. I keep wanting to make my own Discord. I do. But then I have such grand designs for what I want to do with it. Who's the kid on the left? Well, hey, thank you for stopping by, Zos. We just met her a couple weeks ago. Back at the beginning of the Rattlers arc, we simply knew her as 555 from New Jersey. Because that's what came up on the caller ID. And she warned Amanda that the Rattlers were coming to kill her. At the end of the chapter a couple weeks ago, we found out the reason she's 555 from New Jersey, that comes up on the phone, she just values her privacy. She's a fan of Amanda's, who works at a salmon hatchery. And she's got gills on her cheeks. But as of right now, that's literally all we know. Thank you for stopping by, man. I'm fucked up in the head, so this chapter's gonna be fucked up. It's just gonna be kind of a little brief connective tissue between this arc and the next arc. Probably not gonna run too long. Next week, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Next Wednesday. Because I'm doing creative writing once a month. And I'm doing World Extreme Battle Pro every 3 weeks. So I have some weeks with 1 show a month, some weeks with 2 shows a month. Next Wednesday is a big old vacant open spot. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I might just take the week off. I'm gonna be streaming less often. I've talked about that. I'm gonna be streaming less off with my health fucking up and everything, and needing to get personal stuff done, and options just being closed to me from now on. I may be streaming a little less, but Wednesday morning and Sunday morning are still gonna be prime time for this channel, and Sunday morning is gonna be Fallout New Vegas for quite a while. That's gonna take a while. Not even with the DLC, it's gonna take a while. And I don't know when I want to touch the DLC. Streaming is big. Now, thanks for understanding, man. Hey, now that you got Sundays off regularly, we gotta set something up sometime now that I'm back. So yeah, we did actually set up what the setting of the chapter is gonna be. And I know a few of the points I want to hit, and one of the two of the characters I don't want. For example, those who don't know, the woman on the right, she's had a cameo before. Her name is Dual Greens. She is the CEO of the Vegas Dream Casino that Amanda frequents. She is actually taller than Amanda. Amanda is 6'6". Dual Greens is 6'7". She's actually supposed to be bustier than that, but fine. I don't want to get it flagged by ChatGPT. And she's just no nonsense, no bullshit. So, got kind of a festive. Like, when I went through the YouTube libraries for this song, for this BGM, I looked up the word cabana. And I think this came up under the word cabana. So I thought it was like a little festive, a little weird, a little something different, a little interstitial tissue before we start the next big arc. And I don't want to talk about the next big arc until I finish this chapter. So yeah, I know the Rattlers arc was especially dark, especially the conclusion of it. So we're just gonna have a little fun and introduce a few season 3 characters. Fun. So I think that's when I knew my vacation, quote unquote, my staycation was because I took 5 days off from work during the anniversary. Well, I took 3 days off, but then Wednesday and Sunday are usually my days off, so it chained together for 5. So I could go ham Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then actually get a little rest Saturday and Sunday. I did. I got no fucking rest. I need some rest, man. I might not do anything Sunday evening. We'll see. Like I said, expect 2 to 3 streams. Like, I'll be surprised if I get 4. And I got a hell of a collab today. So we'll just see what develops. Get on that page, Amanda. And see what develops. We're gonna set up the scene. We know what the scene's gonna be. And yes, I know. I think I made it blatantly obvious, but the smallest church in Mahavre, that is a reference to the smallest church in Saint Saëns from Disco Elysium. I gotta do a stream sometime looking at the Sunday games I've played, like the long-term games. Like Final Fantasy IV and Cuphead and West of Loathing, maybe a tier list or something. Because those long-form games, either they become influential or they're ones that have low influence. Like Final Fantasy IV influenced a lot of things. And of course, I named the Vegas stream after Vegas stream, the Nintendo game I play quite often. Played on this channel before, quote unquote, beat it on the channel. Then I want to introduce 555 first. I just call her 555 because we don't know who she is yet, what her real name is yet. All we know is that she works at a fish hatchery. She's got gills, and she values her privacy, and she's a fan of Amanda's. I don't know why it took for me to so long for actually have a character who actually is a fan of it. I think maybe it blows my mind that I've actually got fans. That this dumb shit that I do, that there are people who actually like it and follow it as close as they do, and I treasure y'all for that. I really do. But it just blows my mind that someone would give a fuck about me. Even after 2 years, it blows my mind that anyone would give a shit about me. That's what I want to do right by y'all. You have a good person. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ross. It's too bad the people at work don't see that. Well, our clients must see that because they keep wanting me to talk to clients. But nah, some of my coworkers are kind of assholes. As evidenced by the fact that in story, in universe, Mossberg works at Desert Salt LLC. As corpses in snakeskin suits, a yellow snakeskin suit rotted away in the heat of the Mojave noonday, just as a stone's throw away from the small church in Mojave. The only flesh roasting at the Vegas Dream Casino and Resort was a couple slabs of the desert's finest salmon fried up on a poolside grill. Salmon's gonna play a part in this chapter, in this next arc. I personally don't eat salmon, but maybe I should start researching it, get into it. The desert's finest salmon fried up on a poolside grill. As the resort's 5-star rated chefs. Five-star rated chefs seared the slabs of hatchery grown fish to perfection. A young green-haired woman in a newsboy cap snatched the piece up, quickly dropped it into a small flour tortilla before it could burn her slightly webbed fingers. Yeah, so she's one of the deep ones. Yeah, I decided, like, if we're gonna do Eldritch Horror, and there are massive slabs of Eldritch monstrosities in the desert, I want to involve the deep ones into the story, too, like the fish persons. If you watch Darkest Dungeon, also I do plan on... Fuck, I remember... No, I remember. Darkest Dungeon is gonna have DLC coming out. After 6 years, it's gonna have new DLC. And I have made a commitment, if I can afford it, I don't know how much it's gonna cost. I am gonna get the DLC and stream it on a Wednesday. Because I wanna do Fallout New Vegas every Sunday until I finish it. This young obviously one of the deep ones. So they're fish people. Although she's young, so she doesn't completely look like a fish people. Well, that's weird. It's not supposed to be a 10... That was weird. That was my work alarm going off again, but 10 minutes... I didn't know. I must have hit the wrong button. I didn't know that the clock I had sitting on my work desk had a sleep function. Good to know. I'm learning shit all today. Yeah, because remember I believe it was the Rot, the season 2 finale of the story, the Rot, where Amanda was harassed by the Rattlers, and Dual Greens ended up giving her a gift certificate for 1 free week because she didn't want that kind of publicity. She didn't want the casino to be known for a place for like horrible fucking people up here. It's one of the few big centers of financial commerce in the desert. There's not a lot going on there. This young woman, obviously one of the deep ones, slathered a little vegetable compote and sauce on, before turning her attention to the roadkill boiling in an inner tube in the middle of a sprawling, flawlessly turquoise pool that she usually got to see at a distance from the $5 blackjack tables. Amanda's harassment and heartache at the hands of the Rattlers had, several months ago, translated into a free week-long stay at the resort at the behest of owner Dual Greens. And after the incident with the Justice, it was time to cash in. I think that sets up the table. I think that sets up the scene. We'll be doing a little bit of a recap during the story, but I think that sets up the scene pretty well. Hold on, how warm is it? That's one of the great things about doing writing. Since I'm not playing a game or anything, taking up resources that way, I can look shit up while I have the 3D running. How hot is it gonna be today? '84. 84. That's not actually that bad. I better pump up the numbers a little bit. (104 degrees Fahrenheit). That's about 40 degrees Celsius. And it has gotten that hot here this summer. Just not today, because it's been kind of rainy. So 40 degrees Celsius. gonna be a couple more. Beep. Hey, Clanker, thanks for stopping by, man. That's the opposite ideas. You think I know? Morning, have a good day. Thank you, Clanker. You think I, of all people, would know how to spell obscenities? Amanda had nodded off right there in the middle of the 104-degree heat, her bony butt oh so close to cool, refreshing water, but separated by a dingy rubber inner tube. The Vegas stream usually didn't let inner tubes on the pool. I don't know if inner tube is hyphenated or not. It feels like it should be. But if it was going to placate the woman who'd been booted more than once for screaming obscenities at a vending machine, so be it. I'm not going to elaborate on that. I just want y'all to I want you to have some questions. I wonder if I'm using proper grammar, like punctuation, with the colons and the semicolons. Hello, Savage Woman. Thank you for stopping by. My name is Amanda Splatts. I do creative writing. I do professional wrestling booking. I'm a member of the outfit FlaVR, a small streaming conclave. I'm a Babaniku, means male VA, female or male character, no, male voice, female character. And I do creative writing. A bit kind of interesting that you stopped by today, Savage Woman. I don't know if you've been here before. We're doing a bit of a recap chapter today, so we just ended a massive arc, so that actually kind of fits. Thanks for stopping by. The young Deep One motioned for one of the seemingly omnipresent bunny girls to hand her the pool net. He used to fish out whatever bandages, jewelry, and bodily discards weren't sucked up by the filter, and used a long pole not to try to pull the sleeping roadkill in, but to shove the inner tube away, bounce it off the far edge of the pool, and have it rebound lazily towards her. She's literally playing pool in the pool. The gentle rebound was enough for the roadkill to rouse from sleep and slowly open those dead yellow jaundiced eyes as the Deep One held out the fish tortilla as Amanda's inner tube approached. You see, this is why I like to read back and read stuff out loud here and there, for formatting and like continuity more than anything else. I'd capitalize Deep One here, but here, but not here. I want to get the saying right. I don't eat a lot of fish, so I want to get this saying right. I want to get the saying right. Amanda slowly recognizing the green-haired woman from the images she'd sent her as this mysterious 555 from New Jersey, who'd helped save her skin at the beginning of the whole incident with the Rattlers, cautiously took the tortilla and took a bite, nodding in approval. A lot of people say if you cook the fish right, it's not supposed to taste like fish, the young woman remarked. That's not true. That taste comes from old fish. You had to get it fresh. And the hatchery I work at lets us do that. From big affairs like this to the gas station sushi you like to frequent. For some reason. Amanda nodded, finishing out the tortilla. Ooh. So, what's your name? Make sure I get the pronunciation right. It wasn't until, I didn't know, I will admit, I didn't know what 555 from New Jersey's name was gonna be until about 10 minutes before the stream. Then I looked up the translation of a couple words, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect. This is actually kind of perfect. Yeah, I forget. You like to get right to the point, don't you? The deep one replied, pulling in Amanda's inner tube, so it half rested on the pool deck, pinning her in place. If the game isn't running at the start of the stream, there's a problem. Sorry. I'm Marina O'Bradon. I work at the Mojave Salmon Hatchery. Long hours of staring at fish. Of course, if the fish starts staring back at you, that's when you know it's time to cut bait. That paragraph is so fucking dense. It's so dense. Bradane, Obradain. Irish surname for descendant of Brodin or salmon. So I thought that was perfect. Like the Keen's name, T''K''I''N. Her name is Navajo Code Talker for ice and kill. So that was kind of neat. A little extra flair to her character. Amanda nodded, her consciousness slowly returning to her from that place of soulwind every time she slipped into the darkness of sleep. We got hints of that at both the beginning and at the end of the Rattlers arc. Amanda, there's a darkness that she slips into. Like, she passes out a lot. Like, when she passed out, confronting Mossberg on the roof of the 661, there's a darkness where she slips in and slips out. I want to explore that a little bit further when the time is right. Slipped into the darkness asleep. Thanks, she mumbled. I don't mention it. Besides, now I can tell my co-workers that the first time I met you in person, you were so impressive, you totally ate out my fish taco. This comment had Amanda tumbling out of her undertube and flailing around in the pool with a mouthful of half-formed obscenities and highly chlorinated pool water as Marina chuckled. This entire stream may or may not have been done just because I had the idea of it. I apologize. I know I was supposed to stop with the profanity, but I apologize. Y'all know there are a lot of lesbians in Maverick. Amanda's one of them. Realize they do it with a fish bird. Exactly, 100%. Marina's I've decided Marina's gonna be a bit of a silly girl. She's gonna be a bit of a silly girl. Mind a little bit of the like we've seen the Vegas stream here and there, obviously named for the Nintendo game, but I wanted to. Yeah, sorry, Jinx, she got the joke before you could make it. I want to go and explore the Vegas stream itself a little bit too. Let's see if I can get the picture of dual. Like, I got a really good picture of dual greens. All these pictures, by the way, are from ChatGPT. I think ChatGPT gives me probably the coolest, the best looking artwork. Problem is, my account, I can only get like 3 pictures a day. And that includes mistakes. And pictures that don't generate due to terms of service or whatever bullshit. See if we can find it. June or July? Probably start sorting these by character and not by the month I made them. Oh, here it is. This is kind of what I pictured the Vegas stream to look like. It's like one of the only actual fancy, classy places in Mahavre. Like, most everything else has gone to shit, but a lot of money has gone into this place because a lot of money comes into it. It's like the big center. Like, there's a shopping center and a fairgrounds in Mahavre, but this is where all the commerce comes in. Yeah, we met dual greens in one chapter, so and it was several months ago, so it might be a good idea to reintroduce her. Of course, when Amanda started screaming and sputtering out, that always caught the attention of the clientele, who at this point were trained to recognize that sound. A small cadre of bunny girls of all shapes and sizes wearing the classic one piece and fake ears and cufflinks. Why do you girls wear cufflinks if your outfits don't have any sleeves? Amanda had been known to ask in a drunken stupor shortly before being booted out on her bony ass. Flagged down the owner of the establishment, who, to be totally honest, had been hanging around that area anyways, knowing she was here. Dual greens, by the way, is a roulette reference. When you play roulette, you look at the wheel, you look at there's red and black. And you know the red and black, those are like a 1-1 bid. But it's not completely even. Because there are 18 red spaces, 18 black spaces, and there's 1 or 2 green spaces. So even though you get a 1-1 bet if you win a red or black choice, if you get a green, red or black both lose. So that's the way the house gets a little advantage. So the dual greens actually refers to the 2 green spots on a roulette wheel. It's literally a term for the house's advantage. Her name is, like, she's the owner of the casino, so her name is about the house's advantage. At 6'7", dual greens actually stood an inch taller than the towering roadkill, and filled out the top of her front far, far more than the androgynous roadkill ever could. The sultry yet serious towering figure with a head for numbers and a body for, let's say, numbers as well. Dual greens was very much the attraction of the Vegas Dream as the casino itself. Greens towered over the poolside, Amanda unable to fully make out her face at this angle, not that she didn't mind the view. Are you enjoying yourself? Green spat out coldly, enjoying obviously a euphemism for behaving. Amanda straightened up with all the rigidity of a schoolgirl who had been caught passing notes in class. Yeah, it's great, thanks. The salmon is really something else, man. I'm not really a seafood person. I thought you ordered sushi all the time, Marina interjected. Yeah, Amanda replied. I'm a massive weeb. I'm a fucking weeb. I 100% admit it. I'm an anime girl on the internet. Of course I'm a weeb. I'm a massive weeb. I feel like we've gotten into a point in culture right now. It's okay to admit you're a weeb. Yes. Hold on, let me pull up the picture. You notice I've changed my profile picture. Because for a while it was the season one, like me in the suit, the album cover looking thing in the suit. Where, like, it was like that was the image that gave birth to Amanda Splatts. And I recently went ahead and had it updated. It's the same picture, but I had Grok give it my season 3 outfit instead. You see, it's the exact same as my original image, but it's the Hawaiian shirt and the bandages. I thought that was kind of cool that Grok was able to do that. It's essentially the same picture with a different outfit. Like, the same dead expression and everything. I totally understand people's complaints about AI art. I do. And I respect them. But I'm not making money off of this. I'm never going to be monetized. This is a hobby. This is a way to socialize. This is a way to get out my ideas, work out ideas, and things like that. I'm never making any money off of this. So it's like fan art, I guess. Time to start doing the recap. Yeah, this happens like directly directly after the last chapter. Because she cashed in the free week long vacation she'd gotten like that day after getting the time off with Mossberg. she's a Latina. I heard the term Latinx. Latinx. I'm still not 100% sure what Latinx is supposed to mean. I'm not sure. Might go a little slow here, might be a little quiet because we are getting to the recap part. Who's not included in the gift card I presented you? Green curtly replied. Do we stay in mid-level single bread suite? It's not like you actually did anything, you know. Amanda nodded, slowly putting herself up onto the pool deck, gathering her thoughts. Yeah, well, you don't have to worry about the rattlers shitting up the place anymore. Most of them are dead. Amanda's voice trailed off as Green started an eyebrow on Marina's side, making her way back to the outdoor chef station and grill. For a few brief moments, she'd allowed herself to forget the horrors of what happened several days ago. It had all started with an anonymous phone call. It turned out to be Marina, who'd heard about the rattlers over her totally legal police scatter, equipment and called using her totally legal phone spoofer, and a violent beatdown that nearly killed her. And that arguably was the easy part. Amanda was still sorting out the events in her desert-cooked brain. She'd been saved from not so much death as returning to the darkness below Mahavre by Leona Perrito Armstrong, a hulking, fiery Latina bounty hunter from Baton Rouge, looking to avenge the death of a friend and partner, Cassette. A few days later, Amanda found herself in a duel with the leader of the Rattlers and sheriff of Mahavre, a Satan worshipper by the name of Mithril, or the Justice, going by the Rattlers' tarot card nomenclature. This group of sadistic anarch. Hopefully, after this chapter, we don't have to talk about the Rattlers anymore. This whole chapter is supposed to be about getting rid of the Rattlers arc. Finishing that out so I can move on to the next arc. This group of sadistic anarchists in yellow snakeskin suits have been harassing Amanda for years, ever since fate stopped her from being the wheel, made her hate singing, and drove her away from taking singing gigs. This is also why I like to read stuff out loud. It's the context, like the present or the past present. For years, ever since fate stopped her from being the wheel, made her hate singing, drove her away from taking singing gigs, and threatened her very life. So yeah, it's like that's one of the bit. Like even when I'm not streaming it, I will read stuff out loud when I'm done with it, just to get that proper tense, like the verb tense and everything like that. Because when I let my mind go, it can be a little messy. So it's like to stop by. Like if I stop too much, it kills the flow. Like don't take my streams as instructions on how to write something. Like, these aren't instructional. This is just how my stupid, goofy mind works. This is how my brain interprets stuff like this. Now I'm trying to remember how each of them died. Amanda was still sorting out the events in her desert-cooked brain. She'd been saved from not so much death as returned to the darkness below Mahavre by Leona Perrito Armstrong, a hulking fire Latina bounty hunter from Baton Rouge looking to avenge the death of her friend and partner Cosette. A few days later, Amanda found herself in a duel with the leader of the Rattlers and sheriff of Mahavre, a Satan worshipper by the name of Mithril, or the Justice, going by the Rattlers' tarot card nomenclature. This group of sadistic anarchists and yellow snakeskin suits have been harassing Amanda for years, ever since fate stopped her from being the wheel, made her hate singing, drove her away to take a singing gigs that threatened her very life, and worse. And now they're all dead, Amanda mumbled to herself, barely above the din of poolside chatter. Chariot got shot after trying to run me over. Just recently found the hermit's body in a big mass grave. Moon and magician. Amanda forced her lips closed, about to throw up again. Justice had shot Moon, a woman who manipulated Amanda for years just to take singing gigs from her and eventually showed her true colors before she could snitch on her operation. And Magician, a self-obsessed fanatic, would have killed Amanda if Mossberg hadn't blown off literally the top half of his body with Amanda's own Desert Eagle. Justice lived, being knocked out by a Young Buck-style superkick from Amanda, but her fate was still unknown. Her gun, Amanda thought. Yeah, I put question mark because we still don't know what Amanda's Desert Eagle really is. Like, it looks like one, she's been told it's one, but Leona, who actually has fired a Desert Eagle and said she shot a man with a Desert Eagle once, what she's got in her hands is not a Desert Eagle. It's just that she's been told it was. What's that little thing with a cell phone? Where, like, a vendor, like, they plug it into the phone, and you can, like, scan a credit card through a phone. I've seen it done, like, a lot of food trucks. What is the name of the thing you can attach to a cell phone to scan debit or credit cards? The device you attach to a cell phone to scan debit or credit cards is called a mobile credit card reader or a mobile point of sale terminal. These compact devices usually connect via Bluetooth, a headphone jack, or a USB charging port, and work in conjunction with the payment apps to securely process transactions. There are mag-scribe readers, chip and contactless readers. So if Greens is using one, it's probably going to be state-of-the-art. What's the most technical term? MPOS. Yeah, that sounds the most technical one. Because if she's like totally high tech and on the ball, it wouldn't be like a strip reader. It had to do with the chip. Almost when I go, I don't go out a whole ton anymore because I get stuff delivered to me and I work from home. But when I do go out, I know like I never have to get my card like scanned anymore. Everything has to do with a little chip in there. So I have to make sure that when I buy a new wallet, number one, it has to have a chain so I can attach my keys to it, not lose my keys. And number two, I have to make sure it's got one of those RFID blockers. But I'm 100% sure, like, a lot of the RFID blockers, a lot of the wallets these days do have blockers built in. Because you had people for a while running around just tapping scanners to people's butt cheeks, scanning their wallets. You know, I used to do what back in the day to get into the Desert Salt LLC building. You used to have to tap a. We had entry cards that had the chips in, and you had to tap them onto a pad on the door next to the door to get in. So it used the touchless, the chip. So whenever I bought a new wallet, first thing I would do is go to work, put the card in the wallet, close the wallet, and then smash the wallet against the door like 10 times. And if it didn't open, that meant the RFID blocker worked. Or maybe my wallet had just a whole bunch of shit in it. But either way, same effect. My data's safe. Her gun, Amanda thought. In the haze of the last few days, she had forgotten to ask Sand Ruby about it. She staggered over to the poolside table and fished out her phone and wallet, tucked underneath her towel in the most secure of hiding spots. As Amanda dried off and flicked through her phone, she noticed Greens flick open her wallet, exposing the gift card she'd slid out of her own. As she slid out her own cell phone and tapped the attached MPOS terminal against the gift card's chip. This is going to be the last straw. Amanda could feel the weight of the last week plus bearing down on her bony, slumped shoulders. I'm sorry. I've upgraded your reservation. Greens cut in. Food and drinks are now included, and I've extended your stay by 3 days. Greens slowly leaned in, trying to knock Amanda over with her monstrous jest. You did my clientele a world of good. Not specifically. You did my employees a world of good. Just behave yourself, alright? Amanda just sat there, nodding blankly as Green sauntered off. Because I figured the Rattlers, their main MO was hassling Amanda, trying to make life a living fucking hell for her. But I'm pretty sure that Hanged Man. Oh shit! I forgot to say what happened to Hanged Man. How could I forget what happened to Hanged Man? That was the main arc of later in the story. Let's go back up here. And Hanged Man died doing how the that's how bad the brain fog is this morning. How could I forget Hanged Man? He died doing what he loved. Jerking it with a gun next to him. Amanda just sat there, nodding blankly as Green sauntered off. As Greens and Marina talked business, Amanda flicked through her phone, opening up a text and being greeted with a few selfies from Leona, the red-haired Hulk making her way back to Louisiana. Amanda wiped her jaundiced eyes and tried to put on a smile, taking a selfie herself poolside. It wasn't until she'd already sent the picture did she realize, looking at it, that Marina had snuck up behind her, holding up a business card for the Mojave Salmon Hatchery and a plate of freshly cooked salmon. By the time Amanda turned to scream at the sassy deep one, she and Greaves were already discussing purchasing orders. I'm thinking about having some fun with Marina. She's a little shit. I think we all need someone like that in our lives. Yeah, I did a couple of quote unquote spicy pictures. It's hilarious. The bikini picture that I did for the summer of the main cast, There was no nudity. I didn't have to worry about nudity or anything. But then I tried doing pictures of Malone as a witch, and Malone's nipples were hanging out of half of them. I had to have half of the pictures edited because of Malone's nipples. Yeah, here's Takeem, Agent Takeem. I think of all the bikini pictures that I did for the summer thing, I think Takeem's came out the best by far. He's mostly missing from the Rattlers arc. Catching her breath, Amanda texted San Ruby, always concerned about calling her, even though San Ruby told her not to worry. Where did you get my Desert Eagle from? Amanda texted her, halfway hoping this out of the blue question didn't wake a sick god, before replacing the words Desert Eagle with gun. In the blink of an eye, it took for Amanda to put down her phone. She found herself staring at a tall, bronze vision of beauty and allure, pouring into a turquoise bikini. I'd heard you'd survived. Teen droned out, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now. Just wanted to come check for myself. Amanda nodded. Yeah, we're alive, and the Rattlers are dead. Except for Justice. Hello, Paula Gaffar. Thanks for stopping by. My name is Amanda Splatts. I'm a creative writer. I do creative writing, professional wrestling booking. I'm a Babaniku, male VA, female character. I do also retro casino stuff. I do all sorts of stuff. I'm part of the FlaVR outfit, which is great. They're great people. A lot of them are great people. Where are you from? I am from the autonomous desert region of Mahavre. A strange and mysterious place. It's an autonomous desert region in the United States. And I'm writing about it right now. Doing a bit of a recap episode if you're interested. The Rattlers we know about, Keen brusquely replied. The organization's larger than you think, but it's also far more disjointed. You fleshed them out of Mahavre, so that's one step closer. Purifying the sacred land. Yeah, hey, speaking of finding the water, did you know Mahavre is like a big fish hatchery? I figure a place like that probably uses a ton of water. What type of gun does James Bond have? No, but yet, what kind of gun does John Wick use? Oh, he uses a different gun in every movie. We'll just say not, or Walther something, not IRC. Well, according to Brave, he has a Heckler and Koch P30L 9mm semi-automatic pistol. Part 2 has a TTI Glock 34 Combat Master, a TTI SCI 2011 Combat Master. Part 3 has a TTI SCI 2011 TTI SIG Sauer MPX Carbine. Part 4 has a TTI Pit Viper. See, what kind of gun does James Bond use? She's more John Wick than James Bond. Anyone remember some of the fight scenes she's been in? She actually borderline gets aroused by beating the crap out of and killing people. James Bond's signature firearm is the Walther PPK, a compact semi-automatic pistol that has been his primary sidearm in both Ian Fleming's novels and the film franchise since 1958. Oh, there's an actual website called James Bond's Guns. Ah, cool. I'll look through this. RoyalArmories.org. Cool. Let's just say Walther PPK. I want to make sure I'm spelling that right. That's the thing. I have to remember what gun everyone carries, and what gun everyone carries, and what car they drive. That's the hardest thing for me to remember. What gun do you carry, and what car do you drive? The rattlers we know about, Ian brusquely replied. The organization is larger than you think, but it's also far more disjointed. You flush them out of Mahavrace, that's one step closer, purifying the sacred land. Yeah, hey, speaking of finding the water, did you know Mahavrace is like a big fish hatchery? I figure a place like that probably uses a ton of water. Keen's ears perked up at this. Fish hatchery? I've never heard of. Almost immediately, Marina slid a plate of grilled salmon underneath the Keen's nose, with the business card stuck in one of the flakes. Amanda stared daggers at Marina, who put up her hands apologetically and walked away. Keen, apparently noticing Marina's slightly webbed fingers and the gills on her cheeks, scoffed in disgust. One of the deep ones, Keen snarled. Just like the eldritch filth, part of the vile rot that plagues this one sacred place. Marina walked back over, casually grabbing the plate and muttering, Racists don't get salmon, before slinking away. This led to Keen to stand up, pulling out her Walther PPK. Amanda, eyes opening wide, stared at Keen, who was wearing only a string turquoise bikini that matched her hair. Where were you hiding that? I don't know where I initially, like, there was some kind of, it was some game. I think it was a game, it might have been a movie, where an agent in a bikini pulled out a gun. Where were you hiding that? Yeah, because remember, Tequila was partially inspired by fights in tight spaces, so she knows how to fight a whole bunch of people at once. I wanted to insert a little something about the topography of Mahabharata, like how the plumbing works and everything, but that's something I could do another time. I don't think it fit in the story right now. I got a couple more beats I want to hit. One of those deep ones, the king snarled, just like the eldritch filth, part of the vile rot that plagues this one sacred place. Marina walked back over, casually grabbing the plate and muttering, "Racists don't get salmon," before slinking away. This left Keen to stand up, pulling out her wealth of PPK. Amanda, eyes opening wide, stared at Keen, who was only wearing a string turquoise bikini that matched her hair and was nearly as thin. Where were you hiding that? The Keen never got a chance to answer. The small swarm of bunny girls calmly surrounded her, leading her to the exit. Yeah, I figured that the bunny girls would be swarming around just in case Amanda went apeshit, as she has apt to do. Keen, agent of the water bearers, could have snapped all the necks and slit all the throats without breaking a sweat. But she had a new lead to look into, and that was enough to pacify her. Let me go ahead and save here. I haven't saved in a while. It's only been a couple hours. I've already gotten most of the beats. Let's save. Basically, I'm just trying to set up who's going to be there for season 3. Or, like, the back 9 of season 3, the next big arc. Wanted to try to fit Alpha into the story somewhere, but I don't think I didn't want to cram people into this chapter just to cram them in. Because this is just supposed to be like a little recap thing. We got a couple bits left. Got a little catharsis coming up. Because Amanda's supposed to be having a good time. Amanda's supposed to be relaxing. spell cannoneer? We haven't seen the cannoneer in a while. I need to know how to spell cannoneer. This is good. This will actually give us a chance to dip into the Red Desert Army, because I don't think we've talked about the Red Desert Army in a while. Or the cult. I dig into my picture for a picture of the cannoneer, but like she was only briefly seen in season 1. So this is a bit of a deep cut, bringing up the cannoneer. I think that's the one big loose end from season 1 I never brought up, is what happened to the cannoneer. And of course, bringing up the cannoneer is a good excuse to bring up the war in Havre, which, spoiler, is going to be a big part of the next arc, as it's planned. Like I said, any plans I have, I don't know why I get so worried about giving out spoilers, because plans can change a lot. Like the way a good story could go can change what my plans are, but the next arc is going to have to do with the War in Havre, because, like I said, we settled the Rattlers arc. Now we got to settle with the arc of the Eldritch Hell that Havre descended into. Getting how to spell Bunbone's last name. There is a P. There is a P before the first F. Oh shit, time to plug in my phone. Ever since the wrap-up show on Saturday, where the stream died twice and I had to restart OBS twice, and I only knew that because of my phone, I watched the stream on my phone at the same time. There we go. I tell you how fucking stupid I am. For years, I was worried about plugging my batteries, my backup batteries, to a wall finding space to doing it, having some kind of converter when I'm like thinking, no. How about I just unplug the controller and the microphone and just plug the backup batteries into the fucking laptop? Charge them that way. It only takes a few hours. I got these really nice phone batteries, like portable battery banks. They're good for like 6 full charges. Yeah, I'm dumb. Y'all knew I was dumb when you signed on to this channel. Yeah, Lagamorph, an actual bunny girl. That is like a 4-line run on Suns. I gotta be able to break it up. There we go. Right here. Because we haven't seen Bun Bun in a while. Bun Bun has left to live with family outside of Mahavre. She escaped. But if we're gonna do something with the war, she may have to come back. Just trying to set up who's gonna be in season 3. Of course, Lagamorph is another Final Fantasy reference. The way it's used is like Final Fantasy VI. With like the Lagamorph that comes out of sets or slot machine. I wanted to play Final Fantasy VI on this channel, but if 4 took so long, I know 6 is gonna take eons. Like, maybe I'll play it for the final game or something. I know Vegas, Fallout New Vegas is gonna take a long time. So, it was the Cannoneer sidearm. I figured that was probably the best explanation. It was the Cannoneer sidearm. Because remember, Malone has a shotgun he got from Bun Bun, a Red Desert shotgun that can do that can damage the Eldritch things. And we know that Amanda's Desert Eagle, quote unquote, can kill Eldritch things. Like when she tried to save Cosette, we saw that she can shoot and kill Eldritch things with it. Yeah, brief mention of Juliet. Juliet kind of disappeared, didn't she? He never got the chance to answer the small swarm of bunny girls calmly surrounded her, leading her to the exit. The keen agent of the water bearers could have snapped all their necks and slit all the throats without breaking a sweat. But she had a lead to look into that was enough to pacify her. Amanda, turning back to her phone, opened up text from Sand Ruby and was privately relieved that the sick coyote god was awake at this time of day. It was the Cannoneer's sidearm. Amanda nodded, leaning back a bit and closing her eyes, trying to picture the brown-haired old woman sitting wide-eyed next to her old cannon outside of Sand Ruby's cave. The Cannoneer was a soldier in the Red Desert Army, Mojave's old militia, a group of red-suited soldiers led by General Beauregard Bun Bun Hassenpfeffer. Bun Bun was a proud lagomorph, breed actual bunny girl, who took Amanda in and took care of her after she was initially patched up by Sand Ruby on the night Amanda violently entered this world. Add another line here. The Cannoneer was her right hand during the war against the Eldritch infestation of Mojave, where they teamed with the military to drive the darkness away, and the horror she saw drove her to madness, leading her to join those on the edge of town, an Eldritch cult that erroneously worshipped Sand Ruby, sensing the illness and rot in her. Now the military pulled out of Mojave, leaving only the acting mayor and Juliet Romero behind. Oh my god, I had an idea for the mayor. If we're gonna be doing political stuff and power stuff, we're doing like with Mossberg being the former district attorney and the war and everything. I had the dumbest fucking idea for the mayor. This mysterious mayor of Mojave we never see. I had the dumbest fucking idea. Am I gonna have the balls to go through with it? Do I go through with it? Do I breathe this stupid fucking idea into life right here live? I got a picture of her. There are no bad ideas. All right. All right. Thanks, Zoss. The last chapter was really dark, and the next few chapters are going to be really dark. So, yeah, we're going to need a little bit of levity. That's partially why Marina's there. Let me open up the picture. I need to make sure I spelled this right. Because I got the picture earlier today, but they filled in the plaque with somebody else's name. So I had to get a second picture done with her name. Make sure I got the right term. Because if I'm going to be giving people names based on their personality, I want to make sure I get it right. Is that not how you spell minuscule? Minus. M-I-N-U-S. Minuscule. There's I have one final scene planned for this chapter to lead into the next arc. It's gonna be fucking whiplash between this. This is where you can tell this is really an anime. That this whole thing is actually an anime. The idea I had for the man. This is who's in charge in Mahafri. Amanda chuckled, picturing the woman who was as far up the ladder in the chain of command as the rest of Mahavre ever got to see. When the military took over, they installed a figurehead as the mayor, someone they felt they could control. Someone who had at least some small level of leadership experience. And being student council president 3 years running certainly counted as some small level of leadership. But Mayor Okazari Saitokaicho took the very, very minuscule level of power she had and wielded it with an iron fist. She wore a cape and military cap and her old school blazer because she was student council president for 3 years, damn it, and she was going to let everyone know about it. Power complex. Exactly. Power complex. So, the basic thing is, like, they had her, like, she had no power. She's just a figurehead for the military who took over. Problem is, the military pulled out, and they left her behind. So she actually has all the power now. Things are gonna get fucking weird. Mayor OS! Oh my god. Mayor OS. That's the dumbest fucking nickname, but I love it and I'm gonna keep it. Mayor OS. Mayor OS has stopped functioning. We'll get more into Mayor OS. Mayor, oh shit, are you serious? Saito Kacho, exactly. Like, the military just did not give a fuck after pulling out. Like, they found something or discovered something that made them pull out. Or maybe, like, it just no longer was financially feasible to stay there. And they bolted. And they left Mayor OS behind. It's the dumbest idea in the world, but I'm gonna run with it now. Yeah, what happens when the puppet actually gets to run shit? That's like I said, you may have noticed a hard turn. I've been questioning what type of story is the Mahavre Project? Like what genre? Originally, it was gonna be sci-fi, like like aliens and living weapons and shit. But the more I delved into Sand Ruby, and I talked with Jinx about this slightly. The more I delved into Sand Ruby as a character, the more I thought like I kind of want to do less. I kind of want to do less sci-fi, and I really want to lean more into the magic and the mysticism, like the North American mysticism as well, and the eldritch horror. So I've kind of scrapped the whole sci-fi thing. God, it sucks when you don't have a back scratcher and your back starts itching. Gonna be Mandy's Bizarre Adventure. Yeah, that too. I wanted to get as over the top as possible, but like I said, I've had scrapped ideas that just straight up didn't fit. I thought at least with Marina being one of the deep ones, that kind of fit in with the Eldritch theme. But with Mayor OS, that she doesn't fit in at all. She has absolutely nothing. But then that makes sense because she was not supposed to fit in. She's just supposed to be a figurehead so the military can do whatever they want. She's not supposed to be part of it. Problem is, the military pulled out of Mojave so fast they didn't bother to install anyone who could actually run the place. So Mayor OS, as she was dubbed by the press, initially just a figurehead, was right there in the middle of the power vacuum and suddenly had all the power she thought she had. No politics, Amanda thought as she tucked her phone in her wallet and her towel. Not today. Upon opening her eyes, Amanda was greeted by a cheeky grin, those cheeks being sliced open by 3 rows of gills, from Marina, who chirped out, "Phone off! Vacation now!" Amanda chuckled a bit. I was wondering, since you're a deep one, are you able to, swim in the hatchery area? If a tank breaks or something, there's an underwater tech issue? Or would that taint the water? Marina, in response, leaned over to Amanda's ear, keeping her voice barely above a whisper as if instilling an ancient secret from Dagon himself into Amanda's mind palace. There's pee and poo in there. Another stream of curses led to Marina screaming. Another stream of curses from the roadkill. Roadkill Superstar. Amanda's not a superstar, but I like that nickname, the Roadkill Superstar. Led to Marina screaming, "Pool! Now!" before scampering off to the safety of the grill, leaving Amanda to get back to a well-earned vacation. I kind of think it could end there. But there is one more scene I need to write. Oh, crap. Here we go, man. At the beginning of the stream, I was scared that I wouldn't be able to get something done. The brain fog was real fucking bad. Well, to be honest, I've only gotten 5 pages done so far today, so this is a pretty small... I guess I'm going kind of slow. It's only been 4 or 5 pages. I usually get 8 or 9 done. But I was so bad with the brain fog this morning, I didn't know if I'd actually be able to do so. And here we are, I'm pretty much done. But there's one more scene, and there's one more piece of AI art I wanted to show you. Because I'm doing a lot more prep work these days for the writing and the WebP. I'm doing some AI art, and I'm doing AI art for WebP. Yeah, we're gonna go take a hard narrative turn for one last scene. And when I'm done, I'll go ahead and take a quick break and then read the whole thing. Because what I do for anyone who's here for the first time, I actually, at the end of the chapter of the story, I will read back the whole thing in one big thing. So you can go ahead and skip ahead to the story if you missed the stream itself. Or you want to get caught up. Gotta change my mind, fellas. Yeah, because if you don't remember, Hangman went out pretty fucking badly. He was gonna shoot Leona. Leona ducked down the belfry ladder and ended up grabbing on a piece of rope so she didn't fall down. The rope hooked around Hanged Man's ankle, dragged him up upside down. So he actually looked like the Hanged Man. Hero card he was named after. And then his ankle severed from all the weight being on it, and he just plunged down head first. A horrible fate for a horrible motherfucker. This is why I refer to the rattlers and the bodies at the beginning of the chapter. Because I already knew how I wanted this chapter to end. And I know this is going to kind of kill the vibe the previous chapter had going, but this is some very important exposition that needs to be done for the next chapter also. I guess there should be a trigger warning for this. As day turned to night and Amanda Splatts went back to the blackjack tables and seen if any of the Miss Olympia qualifiers were being held there that night. Several hexes away from the Vegas Dream, Mahavri was a series of hexes that shuffled and reorganized themselves semi-regularly, shifting the topography and reordering the entire landscape like a road-like smallest church in Mahavrai loomed quietly in the background. A pile of scattered corpses, all wearing some sort of configuration of the rattler's yellow snakeskin suit, was being rattled by things that one party couldn't define and the other couldn't live without. The corpses of hanged man, chariot, magician, moon, and hermit were all piled neatly in a stack, being devoured with a D. Not devoured. I should know ravenous is spelled with an E, not an I. Being devoured ravenously by a large amorphous. No, I spelled undevoured correctly. By a large amorphous slabs of teeth and eyes. One corpse, however, had lain untouched and undevoured for months. That of Devil, aka Fortune Faded, a monstrous Gorgon woman who had initially led the Rattlers until her quote-unquote disappearance due to Justice Mag dumping in the back of her snake-covered skull. They weren't eating her, and it wasn't lost on them. Yeah, I think that was the last big plot point from Season 1, what happened to Devil. Now we know. I'm gonna make all these available after the chapter. Did I spell it right? Unpleasantness. P-L-E-A-S. Yeah, the unpleasantness. The corpses of Hanged Man, Chariot, Magician, Moon, and Hermit were all piled neatly in a stack, being devoured ravenously by large amorphous slabs of teeth and eyes. One corpse, however, had lain untouched and undevoured for months. That of Devil, aka Fortune Faded, the monstrous Gorgon woman who had initially led the Rattlers until her disappearance due to Justice Mag dumping in the back of her snake-covered skull. They weren't eating her, and it wasn't lost on them. There we go. J. Mossberg Malgraves squatted down on their haunches, taking a long drag off of their cigarette, the only illumination the scene had. Next to her on her knees was Sheriff Justice Mithril, clutching her head and screaming in horror, her eyes permanently bolted open, unblinking, unwavering, staring at the feast in front of her. They're not eating the Gorgon, Mossberg calmly pointed out with all the enthusiasm of someone counting inventory at a convenience store. You know why? Because the Gorgon isn't tainted. He's only just moved to Mojave from Greece. He wasn't there for the unpleasantness. Grab another Pepsi. We got a lore dump incoming. Big old lore dump. Salute. They're not eating the Gorgon, Mossberg calmly pointed out with all the enthusiasm of someone counting inventory at a convenience store. You know why? Because the Gorgon isn't tainted. He'd only just moved to Mojave from Greece. He wasn't there for the unpleasantness. Mossberg took another drag, casually putting out the ashes on Justice's face. Justice in her rapport didn't seem to notice the scalding ashes charring her face. Mossberg continued. You see, I refuse to call it a war. Was war ever officially declared? It was simply, unpleasantness. Having a bad time when a bunch of rabbits in red pajamas and a couple of classic army men tried to take over the land we'd claimed thousands of years ago. Our blood marked everything it encountered, down to the very sands themselves. People called it the rot. People call people tainted. Those terms disgust me. The people of Mojave are simply marked. And as one who's attuned to this land, I can detect those who have the mark. Or more importantly, I can detect those who don't. I think that's a nice, good recap in one paragraph of what the taint, the rot in Mojave is. Mossberg took another drag, casually pointing out the ashes on Justice's face. Justice and Raptor didn't seem to notice the scalding ashes jarring her face. Mossberg continued. You see, I refuse to call it a war. I already read that one. As Mossberg leaned in closer, their already disturbing voicing on two different cadences. Two voices slightly out of joint, a half step out of tune with each other. And for a while we let the cable sleep, but then you discovered us. Thought that we'd be your little garbage disposal. Started killing anyone and everyone who got in your way and letting us clean up. Problem is, we weren't hiding your sins. You were feeding us your scraps. And thanks to you, we'd acquired a taste for blood again. Something we hadn't bothered with since the unpleasantness. And personally, we thank you for it. Something was missing in our lives when we didn't realize just how hungry we were until you force-fed us. Mossberg's voice kept disjointing, more and more voices slightly off kilter, just a half tone out of tune. Problem. I gotta see if there's maybe like a mic filter I can use for Mossberg. Problem is, now that you've given us this taste, some of us, especially the older ones, the ones who remember how it used to taste, are getting really rather hungry. And since you're no longer going to be feeding us anymore, we're just gonna have to grab lunch ourselves, aren't we? The former district attorney took a long drag, calmly blowing smoke into the night sky before putting out the cigarette directly in Justice's forehead. Mossberg's voice kept disjointing, more and more voices slightly off kilter, just a half tone out of tune. The problem is, now you've given us this taste. Some of us, especially the older ones, the ones who remember how we used to taste, are getting really rather hungry. And since you're no longer going to be feeding us anymore, we're just going to grab lunch ourselves, aren't we? The former attorney took a long drag, calmly blowing smoke into the nightstick before putting out the cigarette directly in Justice's forehead. The military has pulled out of Mahavre. It's power vacuum in government, which is the perfect opportunity for us to slip back into our old position. We're sure Amanda's going to be elated that we can't lord over her. We can't lord over her as head of legal Presence Alt LLC anymore. But hey, Mossberg stood up, staring down at Justice. That's the fun part about getting exactly what you wish for, isn't it? Turning back towards their Porsche 911, Mossberg calmly snapped their fingers, motioning idly to Justice. The snarling, ravenous slabs of teeth and eyes immediately darted over as Mossberg pulled away, not bothering to turn on their headlights until they got to the highway, for concern of disturbing their meal. That, partially out of courtesy for the sheriff. Who was a stain on her office for far too long. It was better that she didn't see what they did to her. Just another night in the desert. So yeah, we got some goofiness, we got some rest, we got some relaxation, we met a couple new characters, and at the end, pure eldritch fucking horror and the catharsis of Justice getting what's coming to her. And something up to that. Like I said, I don't know if I told you, I think I did during the wrap-up show, but yeah, the next arc is about Mossberg. And I think that last little scene set up everything pretty well. So I'm going to go take a quick break, BRB, just a couple minutes. And then when I come back, I'll read the whole thing at once as a recap. For anyone who may have missed the stream, and I do it for myself, too. To look for the continuity and if there were problems, context and everything, verb tenses, stuff like that. Remember? back. I apologize, the brain fog came back. I'd started tidying a couple of things up around here. Getting together my water containers and stuff. Welcome back, Danky Jinx. Getting my water containers back together and stuff. When it's like, oh shit. I'm in the middle of a stream right now. I should probably get back to that. Want to have some fun here on the back nine of season 3, and I think I'm gonna do it. So here we go. This was gonna be a quote unquote filler episode, but I think I got a lot of conflicts setting up for the next arc. A lot of conflict. So here we go. A brief respite. As corpses in yellow snakeskin suits rotted away in the heat of Mahavre noonday, just a stone's throw away from the smallest church in Mahavre. The only flesh roasting at the Vegas Stream Casino and Resort was a couple slabs of the desert's finest salmon fried up on a poolside grill. As the resort's 5-star rated chef seared the slabs of hatchery-grown fish to perfection, a young green-haired woman in a newsboy cap snatched a piece up, quickly dropping it onto a small flour tortilla before it could burn her slightly webbed fingers. This young woman, obviously one of the deep ones, slathered a little vegetable compote and sauce on before turning her attention to the roadkill broiling in an inner tube in the middle of a sprawling, flawlessly turquoise pool that she usually got to see at a distance from the $5 blackjack tables. Amanda's harassment and heartache at the hands of the Rattlers had, several months ago, translated into a free week-long stay at the resort at the behest of owner Dual Greens. And after her incident with Justice, it was time to cash in. Amanda had nodded off right there in the middle of the 104-degree heat, her bony butt oh so close to cool, refreshing water, but separated by a dingy rubber inner tube. The Vegas Stream usually didn't let inner tubes into the pool, but if it was going to placate the woman who'd been booted more than once for screaming obscenities at a vending machine, so be it. The young deep one motioned for one of the seemingly omnipresent bunny girls to hand her the pool net, used to fish out whatever bandages, jewelry, and bodily discards weren't sucked up by the filter, and used the long pole not to try to pull the sleeping roadkill in, but to shove the inner tube away, bounce it off the far edge of the pool, and have it lazily rebound towards her. The gentle rebound was enough for the roadkill to rouse from sleep and slowly open those dead yellow jaundiced eyes as the deep one held out the fish tortilla as Amanda's inner tube approached. Amanda slowly recognized the green-haired woman from the images she'd sent her as this mysterious 555 from New Jersey, who'd helped save her skin at the beginning of the whole incident with the Rattlers. Cautiously took the tortilla and took a bite, nodding in approval. A lot of people say they've cooked fish right. It's not supposed to taste like fish. The young woman remarked. That's not true. Taste comes from old fish. You have to get it fresh. And the hatchery I work at lets us do that. From big affairs like this to gas station sushi you like to frequent, for some reason. Amanda nodded, finishing off the tortilla. Cool. So what's your name? Yeah, I forget. You like to get right to the point, don't you? The deep one replied, pulling Amanda's inner tube so it half rested on the pool deck, pinning her in place. If the game isn't running at the start of the stream, there's a problem. Sorry. I'm Marina O'Bradon. I work at the Mahavre Salmon Hatchery. Long hours of staring at fish. And of course, the fish start staring back at you. That's when you know it's time to cut bait. Amanda nodded, her consciousness slowly returning from that place in her soul went every time she slipped into the darkness of sleep. Thanks, she mumbled. Oh, don't mention it. Besides, now I can tell my coworkers that the first time I met you in person, you were so impressive you totally ate out my fish taco. The comment had Amanda tumbling out of her inner tube and flailing around the pool with a mouthful of half-formed obscenities in highly chlorinated pool water as Marina chuckled. Of course, when Amanda started screaming and sputtering out, that always got the attention of the clientele, who at this point were trained to recognize that sound. A small cadre of bunny girls, all shapes and sizes, wearing the classic one-piece and fake ears and cufflinks. Why do you girls wear cufflinks if your outfits don't have any sleeves? Amanda had been known to ask in a drunken stupor, shortly before being booted out on her bony ass. Flagged down the owner of the establishment. who, to be totally honest, had been hanging around that area anyways, knowing she was there. At 6'7", Dual Greens actually stood an inch taller than the towering roadkill and filled out the top of her front far, far more than the androgynous roadkill ever could. A sultry yet serious towering figure with a head for numbers and a body for, well, let's say, numbers as well. Dual Greens was as much the attraction of the Vegas Dream as the casino itself. Greens towered over the poolside, Amanda unable to fully make out her face at this angle, not that she didn't mind the view. Are you enjoying yourself? Green spat out coldly, enjoying obviously a euphemism for behaving. Amanda straightened up with all the rigidity of a schoolgirl who had been caught passing notes in class. Yeah, it's great, thanks. This salmon is really something else, man. I mean, I'm not a seafood person. I thought you ordered sushi all the time, Marina interjected. Yeah, Amanda replied. I'm a massive weeb. Food's not included in the gift card I sent you. Green curtly replied. It's a week stay in mid-level single bed suite. It's not like you actually did anything, you know. Amanda nodded, slowly pulling herself up onto the pool deck, gathering her thoughts. Yeah, well, you don't have to worry about the rattlers shitting up the place anymore. Most of them are dead. Amanda's voice trailed off as Green starched an eyebrow on Marina's side, making her way back to the outdoor chef station and grill. For the few brief moments, she'd allowed herself to forget the horrors of what happened several days ago. It had all started with an anonymous phone call that turned out to be Marina, who'd heard about the rattlers on her totally legal police scanner equipment and called her using her totally legal phone spoofer, and a violent beatdown that nearly killed her. And that, arguably, was the easy part. Amanda, still sorting out the events in her desert-cooked brain. She had been saved from not so much death as returning to the darkness below Mahavre by Leona Perdito Armstrong, a hulking, fiery Latina bounty hunter from Baton Rouge, looking to avenge the death of her friend and partner Cassette. A few days later, Amanda found herself in a duel with the leader of the Rattlers and sheriff of Mahavre, a Satan worshipper by the name of Mithril, or the Justice, going by the Rattlers' tarot card nomenclature. This group of sadistic anarchists in yellow snakeskin suits had been harassing Amanda for years, ever since fate stopped her from being the wheel, made her hate singing, drove her away from taking singing gigs, threatened her very life, and worse. Now they're all dead. Amanda mumbled to herself, barely above the din of poolside chatter. Chariot got shot trying to run me over until he found the hermit's body in a big mass grave. Moon and magician. Amanda forced her lips closed, about to throw up again. Justice had shot Moon, a woman who manipulated Amanda for years just to take singing gigs from her and eventually showed her true colors before she could snitch on her operation. A magician, a self-obsessed fanatic, would have killed Amanda if Mossberg hasn't blown off literally the top half of his body with Amanda's own desert eagle. And Hanged Man died doing what he loved. Justice lived, being knocked out by a young buck-style superkick from Amanda, but her fate was still unknown. Her gun, Amanda thought. In the haze of the last few days, she had forgotten to ask Sand Ruby about it. She staggered over to the poolside table and fished out her phone and wallet, tugged underneath her towel in the most secure of hiding spots. As Amanda dried off and flicked through her phone, she noticed screens flick open her wallet, exposing the gift card. She slid out her own cell phone and attached the MPOS terminal agent against the gift card's chip. This is going to be the last straw. Amanda could feel the weight of last week plus bearing down on her bony, slumped shoulders. I'm sorry. I've upgraded your reservation. Greens got in. Food and drinks are now included, and I've extended your stay by 3 days. Green slowly leaned in, not trying to knock over Amanda with her monstrous chest. You did my employees a world of good. Just behave yourself, alright? Amanda just stood there nodding blankly as Green sauntered off. As Greens and Marina talked business, Amanda flicked through her phone, opening up a text and being greeted with a few selfies from Leona, the red-haired hope making her way back to Louisiana. Amanda wiped her jaundiced eyes and tried to put on a smile, taking a selfie herself poolside. It wasn't until she'd already sent the picture did she realize, looking at it, that Marina had snuck up behind her, holding up a business card for the Mojave Salmon Hatchery and a plate of freshly cooked salmon. By the time Amanda turned to scream at the sassy deep one, she and Greens were already discussing purchase orders. Catching her breath, Amanda texted San Ruby, always concerned about calling her, even though San Ruby told her not to worry. "Where did you get my Desert Eagle from?" Amanda texted her, halfway hoping this out-of-the-blue question didn't wake a sick god, before replacing the words Desert Eagle with gun. In the blink of an eye, it took for Amanda to put down her phone. She found herself staring at a tall, bronzed vision of beauty and a lure poured into a turquoise bikini. "I'd heard you'd survived," Takeen droned out, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else in the world right now. "So wanted to come check for myself?" Amanda nodded. "Yeah, I'm alive. The Rattlers are dead, except for Justice." "The Rattlers we know about," Takeen brusquely replied. "The organization is larger than you think, but it's also far more disjointed. You flush them out of Mojave. That's one step closer to purifying the sacred land." "Yeah, hey, speaking of finding the water, did you know Mojave has like a big fish hatchery? I figure a place like that probably uses a ton of water." Takeen's ears perked up at this. "Fish hatchery? I've never heard of." Almost immediately, Marina slid a plate of grilled salmon underneath Takeen's nose with a business card stuck in one of the flanks. Amanda stared daggers at Marina, who put up her hands apologetically and walked away. Takeen, apparently noticing Marina's slightly webbed fingers and gills on her cheeks, scoffed in disgust. "One of those deep ones," Takeen snarled, "just like the eldritch filth. Part of the violent brought that place, this one sacred place." Marina walked back over, casually grabbing the plate and muttering, "Racists don't get salmon," before slinking away. This led Takeen to stand up, pulling out her wallet and PPK. Amanda, eyes opening wide, stared at Takeen, who was wearing only a string turquoise bikini that matched her hair and was nearly as thin. "Where were you hiding that?" Takeen never got a chance to answer as a small swarm of bunny girls calmly surrounded her, leading her to the exit. Takeen, agent of the water bearers, could have snapped all their necks and slit all those throats without breaking a sweat. But she had a new lead to look into that was enough to pacify her. Amanda, turning back to her phone, opened a text from San Ruby, and was privately relieved that the sick coyote god was awake at this time of day. "It was the Cannoneer's sidearm." Amanda nodded, leaning back a bit and closing her eyes, trying to picture the brown-haired old woman sitting wide-eyed next to her old cannon outside of San Ruby's cave. The Cannoneer was a soldier back in the Red Desert Army, Mojave's old militia, a group of red-suited soldiers led by General Beauregard Bun Bun Halsenfeather. Bun Bun was a proud legomorph, read actual bunny girl, who took Amanda in and took care of her after she was initially patched up by San Ruby on the night Amanda violently entered this world. The Cannoneer was her right-hander in the war against the Eldritch infestation of Mojave, where they teamed with the military to drive the darkness away, and the horror she saw drove her to madness, leading her to join those on the edge of town, an Eldritch cult that erroneously worshipped San Ruby, sensing the illness and rot in her. Now the military had pulled out of Mojave, leaving only acting mayor and Juliet Romero behind. Amanda chuckled, picturing the woman who was far up the ladder in chain of command as the rest of Mojave ever got to see. When the military took over, they installed a figurehead as the mayor, someone they felt they could control. Someone who had at least some small level of leadership experience. And being student council president for 3 years running certainly counted as some small level of leadership. But Mayor Okazari Saitokaicho took the very, very minuscule level of power she had and wielded it with an iron fist. She wore a cape and a military cap and her old school blazer because she was student council president for 3 years, damn it, and she was going to let everyone know about it. Problem is, the military pulled out of Mojave so fast, they didn't bother to install anyone who could actually run the place. So Mayor OS, as she was dubbed by the press, initially just a figurehead, was right there in the middle of the power vacuum and suddenly had all the power she thought she had. No politics, Amanda thought as she tucked her foot in the wall back in her towel. Not today. Upon opening her eyes, Amanda was greeted by a cheeky grin, those cheeks being sliced open by 3 rows of gills, from Marina, who chirped out, "Phone off. Vacation now." Amanda chuckled a bit. I was wondering since you're a deep one, are you able to, swim in the hatchery area? If the tank breaks something or there's a underwater tank issue? Or would that taint the water? Marina, in response, leaned over to Amanda's ear, keeping her voice barely above a whisper and instilling an ancient secret from Dagon himself to Amanda's mind palace. Taint? Did you know? Fish pee and poo in there? Another stream of curses from the roadkill superstar led to Maria screaming, "Pool! Now!" before scampering out to the safety of the grill, leaving Amanda to get back to her well-earned vacation. As day turned to night, and Amanda's thought went back to the blackjack table to see if Miss Olympia qualifiers were being held there that night. Several hexes away from the Vegas dream, Mojave was a series of hexes that shuffled and reorganized themselves semi-regularly, shifting the topography and reordering the entire landscape like a roguelike. The smallest church in Mojave loomed quietly in the background. A pile of scattered corpses, all wearing some configuration of the Rattler's yellow snakeskin suit, was being rattled by things that one party couldn't find and the other couldn't live without. The corpses of Hanged Man, Chariot, Magician, Moon, and Hermit were all piled neatly in a stack, being devoured ravenously by large amorphous slabs of teeth and eyes. One corpse, however, had laid untouched and undevoured for months. That of Devil, aka Fortune Faded, the monstrous Gorgon woman who initially led the Rattlers until her disappearance due to Justice mag dumping in the back of her snake-covered skull. They weren't eating her, and it wasn't lost on them. Kate Mossberg Malgrave squatted down on their haunches, taking a long drag off their cigarette, the only illumination the scene had. And next to them, on her knees, was Sheriff the Justice Mithril, clutching her head and screaming in horror, her eyes permanently bolted open, unblinking, unwavering, staring at the feast in front of her. "They're not eating the Gorgon," Mossberg calmly pointed out with all the enthusiasm of someone counting inventory at a convenience store. "You know why? Because the Gorgon isn't marked. She'd only just moved to Mojave from Greece. She wasn't there for the unpleasantness." Mossberg took another drag, casually pointing out the ashes on Justice's face. Justice, in her rapt horror, didn't seem to notice the scalding ashes jarring her face. Mossberg continued. "You see, I refuse to call it a war. Was war ever officially declared? It was simply an unpleasantness. Having a bad time when a bunch of rabbits in red pajamas and a couple of plastic army men tried to take over land we'd claimed thousands of years ago. Our blood marked everything it encountered, down to the very sands themselves. People call it the rot, people call it tainted. Those terms disgust me. The people of Mojave are simply marked, and as one who's attuned to this land, I can detect those who have the mark. More importantly, I can detect those who can't." As Mossberg leaned in close to their already disturbing voice, took on two cadences, two voices slightly out of joint, half-step in tune with each other. "And for a while we let the cable sleep, and then you discovered us. Thought that we'd be up to little garbage disposal. Started killing anyone and everyone who got in your way and letting us clean up. Problem is, we weren't hiding your sins. You were feeding us for scraps. And thanks to you, we'd acquired a taste for blood again. Something we hadn't bothered with since the unpleasantness. Personally, we thank you for it. Something was missing in our lives. And we didn't realize just how hungry we were until you force-fed us." Mossberg's voice kept disjointing, more and more voices slightly off kilter, just a half tone out of tune. Problem is, now that you've given us this taste, some of us, especially the older ones, the ones who remember how it used to taste, are getting really rather hungry. Since you're no longer going to be feeding us anymore, we're just going to grab lunch ourselves, aren't we? The former district attorney took a long drag, calmly blowing smoke into the night sky before pulling out the cigarette directly into Justice's forehead. The military has pulled out of Mavre. There's a power vacuum in government, which is the perfect opportunity for us to slip back into our old position. We're sure Amanda's going to be elated that we can't load over her as head of legal for Desert Salt LLC anymore. But hey, Mossberg stood up, staring down at Justice. That's the fun part about getting exactly what you wished for, isn't it? Turning back towards their Porsche 911, Mossberg calmly snapped their fingers, motioning idly to the Justice. The startling, ravenous slaps of teeth and eyes immediately darted over as Mossberg pulled away, not bothering to turn on the headlights until they got to the highway for concern of disturbing their meal. That, and partially out of courtesy for the sheriff who was a stain on her office for so long. It was better that they didn't see what they did to her. Just another night in the desert. I do this to myself all the fucking time, and I need to stop doing it. I see that blank page, I open up that office page, I see that big blank page in front of me, I get intimidated. I get scared. I don't know what I'm going to fill it with, even if I have notes, even if I have ideas. I get scared. But then I just start hammering away and I let the characters be the characters and do what they do. And it just fills the page. So I guess maybe that's my advice to young writers. Like, don't be intimidated by that big blank page. You're the one who gets to decide what's in there. Just start with the basics and just let it flow. That was surprisingly good. I think that served what it needed to serve as a big wrap up of the Rattlers arc and a recap of the war in Mavre, so that the next arc, which is going to be based on Mossberg, we can hit the ground running. A very productive session today. And later today, we get to have some fun with Malone and Minato. So I'll give you a heads up right now. What? Hold on. Oh, God! What? Was my mouth not moving this entire time? I don't see the 3D model when I'm streaming, when I'm doing the creative writing streams. I have the open office full screen on my monitor page, and I just have OBS on the laptop with chat going. Was my mouth not moving the whole fucking time? Did it? Did the 3D not recognize my mic the whole day? Ah! I guess maybe that's an attestament to the storytelling. That y'all were so enraptured by the storytelling, you didn't realize for 4 hours that my model was fucked up. Now I know what Choco feels like when, like, when I dip into his stream and he's muted. I didn't look at your mouse. So there you go. Well, that's my reasoning about why I just have a PNG most of the time. Hey, you're a VTuber. You're supposed to have something that moves. Well, you're not looking at me most of the fucking time, man. The reason I do the 3D for karaoke's and creative writing is because, like, that's what's important to me. I do the 3Ds for collabs if I could, because the collabs are so important to me too. But I just don't have the resources depending on the game I want to play. I will give y'all a heads up right now. 4 p.m. today, me, Malone, and Minato playing Baroni. I may have to kill my VOD. Because remember doing gambling with friends? It's streamed fine alone. but there were sync issues. I had to kill my VOD so I could like sync up. If that happens with Baroni today, I'm willing to kill the VOD and just send you out to Malone and Minato. But I want to try it. Because I don't think it's going to be as high. Plus, I have updated my drivers. Like I said, crashing the stream twice in 2 hours. Doing the fucking silly Linguini Cat on the wrap-up show on Saturday. that forced me to reinstall all my drivers and update OBS. And I did Fallout for like 6 hours with no hiccups. No hiccups today either. So I think as far as that goes, it'll be good. Glad to find out. Like I said, due to my health and due to my... It actually makes me really sad. This is like that makes it sad that I'm not going to be able to collab as much anymore. Because I'm cutting down to 2 days a week period. You're getting a wrap-up show every 3 weeks during the matinee slot, and that's it. The matinee didn't help with retention. I think I can get enough retention being consistent about streaming on Wednesday mornings and Sunday mornings. That's about all I can do for retention. Then collabs in the afternoon. So I feel sad that I'm not going to be a collab as much anymore. But I have to listen to my health. I want to be around for this next year. I have an amazing idea for the story. The Leona Perdido Armstrong arc was a 3-act story. And I actually studied how to do the 3-act type of story. For Mossberg, I want to try a 5-act story. Like a kabuki play. A lot of kabuki plays are 5 acts. That would be a chapter August, September, October. That's one of the reasons I wanted to do a second writing stream in July. That'd be August, September, October, November, December. The Mossberg arc would take like right to the end of the year, which is the end of season 3. And then season 4, we'll start wrapping things up. So that's the big tease. The next arc is going to be the Mossberg arc, and it's going to be a 5-episode thing. That's the plan for the rest of the year for the writing. And I will have more information on the plan for the rest of the year for WebP, World Extreme Battle Pro, shortly, as soon as I can film it. I've got all the pictures I need to film. I will film it as soon as I get the druthers. Grabbing my druthers on all you motherfuckers. Jenks, thank you for stopping by. Zos, thank you for stopping by. Clanker, thank you for stopping by. Savage Woman, thank you for stopping by. Paula Ghaffari, thank you for stopping by. Lurkers, VOD Watchers, Second Screen Saints. 4 p.m., streaming with Malone and Minato. If my stream is not up, check out Malone, because my laptop shit the bed. But you know, even with my potato laptop, I can do creative writing. And that's something good for my soul. Even if most of my shit is really depressing or really violent, it's good for my soul. I worry what that says about me. Here's what I can say about me, though. Is I am your faithful Amanda Splatts of the Amanda Splatts Project. Yeah.